home, your country, everything. It is your job as a man to protect it. It's a story of America, the story of the whole goddamn world. And ain't nothing changing it. Not you, not me, nobody.
Interstate travel crew says refresh everyone.
Can everybody see me? Or, well, see the video anyway? Are we back? Are we back?
Following the gamer says we are yes.
Oh, okay. Good, good, good. For some odd reason, I don't know what happened there. I guess just bad area, I guess.
Cowboy Mike's 1970 says welcome back.
Thank you.
15 says WB Gary.
Thank you, Lynn. Thank you, Mike. Yes, it is. I'd have to say, Barmy, that game is a very, very interesting game. If I was going to probably play that, I would definitely would.
1987 says WB Gary.
Thanks, Eric.
Samantha McCarthy 62 says seriously buffering courtesy from Verizon Wireless.
Hopefully not again.
Umbra says WB.
Thanks, King. Looks like he's got something ready to rub. Hopefully we're not buffering him that bad again.
Lynn 15 says hey Samantha.
How you doing, Samantha?
Chaplain Jethro 55 says good afternoon Gary and everyone GTS sweat on.
Hey, Chaplain.
Samantha McCarthy 62 says hi Lynn. Nightbot hi Lynn, how are you doing? Very nice to see you today Lynn. Lynn 15 says afternoon Chaplain GTSY.
So I do have a small little announcement to make, and I'll say this throughout the most of the stream. So I might sound like a broken record after a while, but in our Discord, we put a poll in there.
Samantha McCarthy 62 says hi Gary and everyone else here on the Interstate Travel Crew.
So,
hi Gary, how are you doing? Very nice to see you today Gary.
in our Discord, or basically your
Samantha
Discord,
McCarthy 62 says cool. Nightbot says cool indeed. Samantha McCarthy 62 is a 32% cool.
we had
Says
notifications.
good afternoon Chaplain.
We had
Samantha McCarthy
notifications
62 says, Dice 5.
for auto-promoted channels.
Dice roll is for Samantha McCarthy 62 tiers. 3.
And I
The next
know-
try can be in 35 seconds.
And I know there was a lot of them coming across for a lot of the channels that we promoted. So, what we did is we got rid of the self-promoted channels that auto-generate.
1970 says cool. Nightbot says cool indeed. Cowboy Mike's 1970 is a 63% cool.
So that a lot of you don't get endless notifications, like if somebody ends up losing their stream, like I can on my...
Samantha 62 says Gary, I'm doing well. Working hard after today. I'll be off for 2 weeks.
Copy that, Samantha. But we definitely made some changes into our Discord so that you guys don't get the endless notifications
Official says
of the auto-promoted channels at the channels that we support very, very much. So, and maybe that could have been some of the reason why a lot of people have left the Discord because of that. But we've decided that with the poll to get rid of that and maybe not have as many people leave because of the endless notifications that they would get that somebody went live. Now, we did have one person that would lose their stream a lot. They would almost start Samantha, you too.
Says thank you, Gary, for that.
So we definitely did take the auto-promoted channels out because this Discord is more or less yours. Because you're part of all of, basically, of the interstate travel crew. So we made the Discord basically for you guys, you know, to keep in contact with you when we're not streaming and letting you guys know what we do on a daily living from time to time and everything else. So definitely, if there's anything that you think that we could do differently in our streams, don't hesitate to put a comment into the things that we can do differently. But we did take out the auto promotion channels out of there, so I can understand if it's late at night, you need to have your phone on and you got the endless notifications. But we limited that immensely so you guys don't have to deal with that as much. Normally for me, like me and Carmen, we shut our phones off. Not literally, but we shut the volumes off. So if we miss something overnight, that's what normally we do. Or otherwise, we're like wondering why we're getting notifications. Because we do. We follow other channels in the Discord.
Sarah yells a 90 seconds epic is starting. Thank you for sticking with us through this break.
I definitely know what it's like.
My content. Consider subscribing to remove ads and support the stream.
And this thing is like literally kind of like upsetting. And I'm bouncing around like a football. Where's Twitch is Twitch. Always is. We're gonna lose Ella here for a short bit. We gotta reboot the phone because he doesn't want to seem to work. So Ella will be on a little hiatus by my choosing. It's gonna be one of them days today. One of them days. Can you give Ella a test, see if she's back in her office? Can't believe I said her office.
Room 15 says our test.
Good. She's back in her office.
Chaplain Jeffro 55 says hello and have a nice day, Samantha. Hello and how are you doing? Good to see you today.
By the way, Chaplain, I didn't get to talk to you yesterday, but do you like the new changes that are in for the Discord for the prayer
Room 15
request?
says cross.
I had Zero going to ask you that, but you were away from the party, the Xbox party, to ask that
you doing? Very nice to see you today, chap. Cowboy Mike's 1970 says cool. Nightbot says cool indeed. Cowboy Mike's 1970 is 81% cool.
81.
Chaplain Jethro 55 says hello Zero GTSY. Nightbot hello Zero, how are you doing? Good to see you today.
Chaplain, you there?
me in the open field when I got home. I was soaking wet, but that wind scared the heck out of me.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. It was like a few weeks back when we had some, I was in the RV working on something, and all of a sudden it started.
Not such a good connection in this open field.
Full bore. 5 locomotives? Holy crap.
Do you have cruise control or do you have to keep the foot on the gas?
I do have cruise control, but with this high wind, I'm not using it. I need to control the truck. You see the grass kind of blowing over in along the ditch line there. You'll kind of see that I'm not using cruise for that. I need to back down on the throttle, and I can back it down.
Must be tiring to drive like that for such a long distance.
No, it really ain't. You get used to it after a while. I've been used to it for over 20 some years. Now the older style trucks that still have the actual linkage with a spring on it, them, yes. Them after a while, it would definitely, you'd have to give your foot a break.
John Larson Bloomer says, how do you all?
Hi, John.
Raider 4 Life says your ankle must be like Arnold Schwarzenegger.
No, I wouldn't go that route. His ankle's probably way bigger with both of my ankles combined.
John Larson Bloomer says you're in corn country.
Yep.
Link 15 says, howdy John. Bogrick's official says 1. Type greater than dictionary, word, and Nightbot will do the rest. William Gitchell 2 says hello William.
Hi, William. How are you today?
Nightbot hello William, how are you doing? Good to see you today.
Thanks, Nightbot. Good to see you.
Link 15 says hey William. William Gitchell 2 says hello Link 15. Nightbot hello Link 15, how are you doing? Good to see you today. Raider 4 Life X says it's so relaxing to see the open road and the field.
Yeah,
William Gitchell 2 says I am doing good.
that's good, William. Glad to hear you're doing good.
cities in the Midwest also, big ones.
Yeah, they could have. But unfortunately, that's what's happening now, is from the big cities like Green Bay, Appleton, they're starting to build in between there and starting to move closer to each other. Oshkosh is starting to move more west. Appleton's going north and south. Green Bay is definitely coming south. De Pere is coming south.
I live in a small town in East Europe of 10k people, so I'm used to smaller places.
Alright.
John Larson Blue asks where y'all at.
We're currently in Iowa.
Real-time IRL GPS full screen map as we travel to the next destination URL. Make sure you click authorize it to view the map on a computer.
We are
Thanks.
currently in
Ranger
Iowa.
4LifeX says I would like it there. Blackbird's official says 1. Tech greater than dictionary. Word. And Nightbot will do the rest.
Currently in Iowa. Eventually we'll get back into Minnesota and then start heading all the way across Minnesota back to Wisconsin. We've got a 7-hour, 41-minute trip, and we'll have to take a DOT 30-minute break somewhere along the route.
Raider 4LifeX says the rivers are so clean there. Leash.
Some are. Some are. Not all of them. If there are a lot of moving, if the river moves a lot of water, so bluish, there'll be a lot of dirt in there. A lot of settlement mixed in. This guy's just out doing his fields now. It's like, what were you waiting on?
John Larson Bloomer asks y'all taking the 90 or the 20?
We're taking 90 across. We're too high to take 20. And we'll actually gain more time taking 90 across than 20. Because when we get near the end of 20, then you got to go through stop and go lights.
Raider 4LifeX says how the route did people travel in a Ford Model T back in the day on such long distances though I can't even imagine.
Well, it definitely took them a long time, and back then, a lot of people knew how to work on cars.
Says yet I've been there.
A lot of people have worked on their cars back then. When the Model T came out, because I actually, my mom actually owns it, but if she passes, I'll get the Model T. But when they came out with the Model T, they gave you everything in the instruction booklet or the manual of how to repair it. And a lot of people back then knew how to repair their cars. Today, not a lot of people know how to change even a tire or change an oil filter or know what to look for when something goes wrong with an engine.
Bot yells a 90 seconds ad break is starting. Thank you for sticking with us through this break. Ads help support my content. Consider subscribing to remove ads and support the stream. 2 days, rated 4 LifeX.
Alright.
Rated 4 LifeX says we were talking about with a Ford Model T.
Yeah, originally that's what we were talking about.
Tech greater than dictionary, word, and Nightbot will do the rest.
That's what we were originally talking about with the Model T going 1,000 miles.
Skyman 5667 says no. I missed that message.
Yeah, of how long it would take for a Model T to go 1,000 miles, like maybe 7 to 10 days. Model T only goes, oh man, I gotta remember what mine might go. Like maybe 20.
Who would drive the crank to start and your recommend?
I've, believe it or not, I've crank started a Model T. In some videos that we did a while ago, I did a crank over a Model T. Back then when you had a starter put on them, that was a luxury. But hand cranking was the main way to start the engine.
Rated 4 LifeX says it doesn't
actually states it was uncharted territory, basically, or unstated, U.S. territory. But then you also had to worry about other things. Brutal winters, miscellaneous. You got to look at the aspect of that too. How many people died going from like out to the west? Trying to get out to California at that time. I've heard there was a lot of people that died trying to make their way out west.
Well, nobody said being an outlaw was easy.
Alright. Well, it was easy to rob somebody. Getting caught was the other issue. Back then, of how much hand labor they had to do, like plow their fields with a walk-behind plow and 2 horses or 1 horse to plow the fields. All that stuff. Not like today, you got powered tractors, and eventually, when they came out with the history of the tractors, McCormick was the one that came out with the very first versatile tractor until Ford came out with one eventually, and he wasn't going to change with the times, and eventually McCormick became the leader until eventually John Deere started to finally come into the play.
Well, people had smaller farms back then.
Oh yeah, you had a lot more farms.
Official says 1. Tech greater than dictionary, word, and not what will do the rest.
When I grew up on the farm, we had 120 acres.
55 says welcome at Refugees.
When I grew up on the farm, we had 120 acres. Probably about 30 cows. Well, we also had a neighbor that was less than a half mile up the road or a mile up the road. Or maybe even 2 miles up the road. There was farms everywhere. These mega farms, mainly those mega farms that just replaced all the farmers that were in that area, if you think about it. So if a mega farm's got over 1,000 cows and our farm had 30 cows, and you figure 30, 60, 90, 100, there's probably going to be at least 10, 15, 20 farms.
Way before Life says, how is it living so far away from someone? I never lived more than 5 meters from a neighbor.
I've seen guys that were out in the middle of nowhere. I knew of a guy that was in Upper Wisconsin. Believe it or not, he lived 58 miles away from the nearest city. 58 miles. His neighbor was probably about maybe closest neighbor was probably like 35 minutes away, give or take.
You could have a heart attack in a field and nobody would know.
Yeah.
Chapman Jeffrey 55 says my grandpa grandfather had a chicken and my Uncle Frank had a dairy farm in Texas and grew cotton also.
Right? I mean, if you keep in good contact with your neighbors, you know, like every so often, I mean, I can understand that. Did some do that? Yeah, maybe. Did others do that? Maybe not. It just depends upon if you want to have contact with your neighbors, you know, to see if, like, you're 50 miles away, 30 miles away, and say, hey, how you doing, Frank? We're good, Sam. How are you? Oh, doing good. Just checking in, you know. And if you didn't hear from the neighbor, you know, after a certain amount of days, well, then he probably drove over there. Well, there's usually some sort of a way to find out who owns the land. There's always people that know who owns the land. Came up to like a house here or there and say, okay, well, just to be clear, where's the property line?
I mean, 30 miles of no livable space and between two people is a lot of owners.
Right. Well, it could be one owner. It could be two separate owners. Usually something like a post, a tree line, maybe a ditch, a waterway. There's always a way to find out. There's usually some way, a marker of somehow that shows where the line is. Actually put pipe down in the ground to say, okay, here's where the property lines is.
Colin Sawyer says, is that my friend Gary across the pond? Hope you are well, mate.
Hey, Colin. Hope you're well, bud.
Chapman Jethro 55 says working on a farm is hard, but rewarding some advantages.
Yeah, it is, Chap. How you been, Colin? Anything good? Anything new?
Lynn 15 says, hey, Colin. Raider 4FX says working on the farm is a full-time job that's very hard.
It is a full-time
Colin
job.
Sawyer says, sorry I haven't stopped by. I've been flat out working. Hey Lynn, hope you are well.
We're doing good, Colin, and I understand you're working.
Botnick's official says 1. wasn't happy that I wasn't working doing the night shift.
Well, they got to realize too, Colin, your health is a little bit more important. So, I mean, they should be understanding of that, which apparently they must not be. I'd rather have the medical care that I need than being end up dead and then they don't have nobody working for them.
Ray the 4LifeX says I can't imagine having more than one job. Colin Sawyer says yeah, exactly that, Gary. Just a number in the company.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I've got 3 jobs at Ray the 4LifeX.
Colin's a very hard-working individual, Raider. He puts me to shame.
Ray the 4LifeX says, what do you mean you work 3 shifts? Lol.
3 jobs. He works 3 jobs. For 3 different companies.
Yes, but if you work 8 hours each job, that's 24 hours a day. Colin Sawyer says, oh no, I got 3 jobs. Stage technician, night shift replenishment, and a food supermarket like a Walmart and doorman. Doorman is equals security guard.
So yeah, Colin he really works. He, like I said, he puts me to shame.
Ray the 4LifeX asks, is every job 8 hours or half? Or part-time jobs?
I think they're part-time, I think. I'm not 100% sure on that. Colin can answer that better.
Colin Sawyer says, oh, more than 8 hours. Last weekend I was home for 10 minutes
probably go haul something else for another company. There's really nothing they limit me.
Says the ad break is finishing now.
Now they could limit me on the truck that I use, but I mean I've got another truck that I could actually take out of the yard and put a different DOT number. But I mean, like here in the U.S., I mean I can actually take that other truck and reclassify it under a different DOT number, and I can go haul for another company.
get signed off work engineer.
Right. But I ended up helping a guy with a four-wheeler just to kind of get it out of the snowbank with a shovel, and that's when I pinched the nerve in my back. And boy, let me tell you, I wouldn't wish that pain on anybody. Anybody. It brought me right down to my knees. I'm like, dang, I ain't gonna get that in one day.
European, I would lose my mind driving so much, not getting anywhere while there. I would literally pull over and scream.
Well, with you guys being in Europe, I mean, you don't have a lot of long country. You just, I think, you probably got what, 6 hours from east to west, and maybe 7 hours north to south, depending upon which country you're in. You gotta travel like a 12-hour trip. Oh yeah, you're gonna feel that 12-hour trip. It's like, are we there yet? No, we're only in this state. How many more miles? Or how many more hours? Like 6, like 5, like 4, like 3, like 2. By the time a 12-hour drive, you can't wait to get out of the vehicle. But for somebody like me that drives 11 straight hours off of ELD
It's 24 hours east to west and maybe 16 hours north to south.
Copy that. But like for me, being a truck drive, if it's on the same road, yeah, it gets to be boring after a while. But I'll be on like multi-different highways heading back, so we're on 90. And then we'll get on 94 a little bit, and then take Wisconsin.
15 says lower wind turbines crumble in tornadoes.
Yeah, they will.
Nightbot says 2,418 of low wind given out.
But that's the reason why they don't have windmills still going when a tornado comes. And when you got a windmill with the wind blowing, that thing up on the top,
Number 4 Lifehouse says made them out of concrete and steel.
well, they are made out of steel. The windmill towers are basically steel. But you also got to be able to turn the propellers, so the propellers are actually made of fiberglass and resin. But the windmill itself is made out of steel. A windmill, even though you've got a base.
15 says no way, I want them blades coming at my house.
Yeah, I agree, Lynn. I agree. But a windmill in a strong
Number 4
wind,
Lifehouse says make the propellers from steel, also wrap them playing propellers.
like windmills, 40 to 60 feet in either direction. And that's with the platforms, because what stabilizes the tower itself is the platforms that are inside, to go from up the first 100 feet, the second 100 feet, the third 100 feet, and then finally up on the top platform. So you've got something stabilizing a little bit in there, but the windmill tower will actually swing 50 to 60 feet in any direction. So imagine having a strong wind and being up there and you're moving with the tower. But a lot of those generators that are up on the top there, they can't handle having so much wind coming through the gears. They'll actually start on fire.
Imagine flying with a wingsuit in a tornado.
Oh yeah. I don't think I'd be crazy enough to do that. I mean, I've done a lot of crazy things in my life, but that's probably something. If you get knocked out by something that's flying in the air.
Low view would be catapulted into the stratosphere.
Right?
Nightbot says 2,419 of low wind given out. Botfix official says 1. Tech greater than dictionary, word, and Nightbot will do the rest.
about the
Hello, Gary.
arthritis.
How are you doing? Good to see you today.
Sorry to hear about the arthritis, Mother Slut. We're good. We're doing good. Just hopefully you get better. Hopefully the arthritis goes away. We are on our way, heading back home. In about 6 hours and 39 minutes.
Mother Slut says thanks. Worst pain ever.
Oh, I bet it is. I bet it is. I've heard a lot of people say arthritis pain isn't good. You know, since we were speaking of windmills, too bad I didn't have a camera that was really close to some of these windmills. I mean, they are dark up on the top. They're supposed to be completely white, but some of these windmills look like they got oil or something leaking down the tunnel. It's like they must have lived their lifespan of 10 years and about ready to be replaced. Good majority of them that I see over there got a lot of blackness around where the generator is, around the propellers, the base of the propellers.
Raver 4 Lifeguards says why don't they put windmills and never even fly them up high, the wind is faster there.
I don't know.
Nightbot says 2,420 of load been given out.
The only thing is how do you transfer that power if it's up higher in the air, not a balloon?
Raver 4 Lifeguards says with cables.
Yeah, but cables dangle too much. What if the cable breaks and kills you? Anchorage. This is going to Alaska? Gotta be.
Sarybot Growth A 90 seconds ad break is starting. Thank you for sticking with us through this break. Ads help support my content. Consider subscribing to remove ads and support the stream.
If that guy that I seen,
Raver 4 Lifeguards says, do you know World War II cable balloons that were made to destroy enemy planes? They were made out of steel cables and were pretty fixed in place because the balloon pulled it up constantly keeping it stretched. Hamster Trucking says you're going to Alaska, Lord.
yeah, I think that's where that guy is going with the two vans. Because it said Anchorage on the front of them. I'm like, Anchorage? I mean, dang, that's one heck of a trip for him. He's got a couple more days to go. I mean, just for me to get from here, or from Green Bay to Washington State is 30 hours. How many more hours is it from Washington State to get up to Alaska?
Yeah, Alaska
imagine what it would cost to get to your place. Who's in yours?
Bot says the ad booth is finishing now. Mother Slug says wind turbines are so bad for the environment, it has been proven they kill 73 million birds a year. Hamster Trucking says I got offered 35 grand to take a load from Atlanta to Alaska.
Really? 35 grand? That would be a good load. But I'd hate to go through Canada with customs.
Raven 4LX says how do they kill birds that blades swing so slow?
Because it's in their
Hamster
path.
Trucking says Canada is easy. Nightbot says Hamster Trucking. I'm so Canadian. Canada, it has been Canadian in this chat 15 times. Hamster Trucking says this it's just transit. Link 15 says hey Lone Star.
Lone Star! I miss the old name, Lone Star. I'll be honest, I miss the old name.
Hamster Trucking says anything moving go Canada from the USA to Alaska just means a transit pass. Raver 4LX says yes, but the turbines are spread out apart from each other, it's practically impossible to hit one. Hamster Trucking says I can't change it back for another month.
I hear you. No
Zeros
worries.
for 1590 says hi Lone Star.
I'll deal with it.
Nightbot, hi Lone Star, how are you doing? Very nice to see you today Lone Star.
I'll deal with it, Lone Star. So, whoever brought that question up before about Canada, Lone Star would be the expert to
Mother
talk.
Slug says more bald eagles die from wind turbines than any other thing in the world. That's sad.
Yeah. I've actually seen many photos of that.
Link 15 says they don't put out enough energy to justify the cost.
Nope, they don't. Because the tower itself,
says one. Tech greater than dictionary. Word. You might bother do the rest.
the tower itself will cost you,
Hamster Trucking says Birmingham, Washington to Anchorage is 39 hours to answer your question.
39 hours?
FX says I thought bald eagles are in high-terrain environments.
So 39 hours, and it'll take me 30 hours from Green Bay to get to Washington. So you're looking at 69-hour drive. Holy crap. Wow. That guy, if he came from Green Bay, he's got a long trip ahead of him. Dang. And technically, a windmill, the tower itself,
Link 15 says no eagles would ever know welcome in the USA.
the tower itself will be about, probably at today's cost, probably $2 million, $2.5 million for the tower. You're looking at $4 million for a generator, maybe $5 million in today's cost. The blades themselves, you're looking at probably $2 million a piece. Times that by 2 more, so three blades.
Says yes, but a wind turbine can last for up to 50 years.
They've only left them up for 10 years. I've seen them replaced after 10 years. And when you get a wind turbine, the customer, Lynn, me, or whoever else at the electric bill, we pay for
Mother
that.
Slug says, I heard those blades can't be reused when damaged, so they're buried in the ground. Not sure how true that is.
They should be recycled. They should be ground down and recycled, but I don't know. I don't know the truth on that either. Mother Slug. But the windmill base, or the windmill
Hamster
tower,
Trucking says Atlantic to Anchorage would have been 70 hours.
dang, 70 hours. Well, that'll cancel the whole week. But if I probably decided to do recycling and get out of trucking, that's probably what I
says 70 hours, that's a day trip to my cousin Papa.
Yeah, if you drive it straight through, but you gotta think of it as a trucking perspective. I can't drive 70 straight hours. That's my whole entire clock. And then I have to take a 34-hour restart to get hours back, or drive on 8-day logs. Which would probably be the case, driving on 8-day logs on the way back. Depend on Lone Star to be able to answer the questions that I can. So we're glad that he was either listening in or doing what he was doing, but glad he chimed in on that. Thanks, Lone Star. You're always awesome.
Trucking says you would want someone to visit in Alaska and a backpack to make it work.
That's right. That's right. Mother Slug have like basically a like a co-driver or a locomotive operator? Don't most of them have that in the railroad industry?
Engineer only job is to operate unit, conductor's job is to know everything else.
55 Ty followed your channel.
55 Ty followed your channel. Botwitz official says thank you for the follow. Upload 55 Ty. Mother Slug says parking a train 2 miles long on siding of a small freight is the worst thing ever. Railroads use a term called three-step, which is apply brakes to unit and apply a third of hand brakes to cars. So talking hours of fun using brake wheels, haha. With 55 Ty says here from Sydney, Australia.
Welcome in, Ghostly from Australia.
Hamster Trucking says longest lake crossing was 20 miles.
20 miles? Sheesh.
Botwitz official says 1. Tip greater than dictionary, word, and Nightbot will do the rest.
That's a long ways for 20 miles.
Lynn 15 says welcome to 55 Ty.
How you doing today from Sydney, Australia? What's the weather like there today?
Hamster Trucking says took 2 hours.
2 hours. got it easy today. He doesn't have a box he's got to haul down the highway, blowing him all over the road. Now we're good right now because we got a trees here blocking our way, but after we get past these tree clearing, back at the wind blowing. Will say this, I have a lot of respect for those that do the ice roads up in Canada, especially doing like 10 miles an hour across 20 miles of a body of water.
97 says 14C is cold.
But yeah, my hat's off to everybody that does the ice road. Trey.
Mother Slug says longest train further in the United States was in 1967 by Northwestern using 13 SD45 logos pulling 500 coal hoppers. Total length of train 4.5 miles long. I pity the people waiting at the railway crossing.
You think?
Trucking says I got a lot of respect for all truckers.
Yeah, especially for everything they do to Lone Star. Yeah, you think if you're waiting that long for a 500-car train to go through, yeah, that's people waiting definitely at the intersection. Is this thing done yet? And when I hear, Trey, a 14C, that's cold to me. Even though it might not be cold, that's cold to me.
14C works out to 57F.
That's still kind of cold. 57 degrees Fahrenheit. It's not bad weather, but to me that's still cold. I mean, we're normally 50-degree weather. We're outside and everything, but not like summertime where you're out with shorts on or something like that. But 57, almost 60 degrees, yeah, that's not warm enough for me. It's just getting started for me. I would have to wear a flannel or a sweat jacket or a sweatshirt in order for that to be comfortable.
Mother Slug says I wonder how long it took for that train to pass a crossing as it's not said. 500 coal hoppers, that's insane.
It is.
Raver 4LifeX says better colder than scorching heat. Trey197 says it's been around 68F here for a few weeks, and I'm just melting. Hamster Trucking says weather in the north right now it's 77F.
Well, that's better than 57.
Conditions are clear with a temperature of 80F, 27C. The wind is blowing from the WI 11 miles per hour, 18 kilometers per hour, and the current humidity is 73%.
But you know, Mother Slug, could you imagine if that train was only doing like 5 miles an hour with that many hoppers? 5 miles an hour? And having the temperature at 77 or 90 degrees, that's my kind of heat. I'd rather have that. I love that heat. It's better than having minus 20 below cold weather.
Hamster Trucking says it will get up to 85 for the next few weeks, and that's as far as it will get.
Yeah. Well, we're up to 81 right now, so it's slowly getting warmer the more we cross past Minnesota. We got to thank William for giving us the warm weather.
Lynn 15 says hey Trey.
Of course, this wind's not giving up, though. like the cold weather there, but Colorado is a little bit different when it comes to temperature-wise. For that part, when it comes to coldness.
Wisconsin, Vermont, or Maine is the 3 states I would live in.
There you go. We'd gladly have you, Lone Star.
finishing now.
Welcome back, everybody, from the ad break.
actually 187, 200, so only 13 away. All I can say is that I thank each and every one of you for contributing to that follow count, and those who have worked hard to get it where it is now, being like 13 away from my goal. I am man of my word, the first Saturday after I achieve that goal will be the day I do it, and the weather will play a role in that. And if that don't happen on Saturday because of the weather, then I'll do it on Sunday afternoon. No matter to me. I mean, if I achieve that goal like during the week, I'll just tell you on Saturday I'll be doing this at such and such time to be determined and all that. Be sure that you guys are aware of that. And I am going to be talking about the rainbow today. That's the big focus today. I just want to talk to you what's on my mind. If you have any prayer request, any, you can contact me at Jethro Levy Corner and drop them in there. You can go to Interstate Travel Crew and drop it in there as well. I got 2 places you can go. Any comments, questions, suggestions, or private discussions after stream, contact me directly at Jethro Levy Corner on Messenger. And I say that with all sincerity. If you have a problem, or for some reason you don't like my program, you want to tell me why, I'm open to discussion. I'm open to hearing from you. How can I make my channel better? By asking you what your suggestion would be to me as what I can do better. What would you like to see me do on this channel? Within, of course, biblical doctrine, within biblical reasoning. Of course, yes, I will take your suggestions very, very succinctly. There's some, now, I may take them, I may not even like them, but at least thank you for suggesting. So with that being said, I'll just simply do a little thing right here. I know that I probably should have done this before I started. That was turned off. The follower challenge. Now that has changed, and that actually changed overnight. I had looked at it probably about 9:30 last night when I noticed it, and I said, "Wow, we got 2 more people." So now I'm down to 13 to go. I'm changing that on the fly too. See things happen that I don't expect. But you need to hit that follow button and that notification bell so you know when I'm on. I'm on Tuesdays and Thursdays at 5 p.m. Eastern. Sunday morning I'm on nursing home between 10 and 15 a.m. Bring you a message right directly from there. And if you have, like I say, prayer requests, I've got a lot of them today, believe me. I tell you. A lot of prayer requests out there being offered up.
We're good. We're doing good, Rusty.
Yeah,
On our way, heading back to Green Bay.
West. Got the pop up for me. Number 1 on the list today is Carmen, who's getting the results of her. I guess she has some kind of testing done. They're going to find out what's going on with her back. So let's keep her in her prayers, of course. The people on the southern border, we should be praying for them every day. The conflicts going on in the world, yes, we should make that a matter of prayer. There are those in Valley View and Pilot Point, Texas, that was ravaged by tornadoes, as well as Greenfield, Iowa. Let's keep those people in our prayer. There was loss of life and personal injury and property damage that took place in all these places. Not limited to it, of course, in Portage, Michigan, where my son lives. Not more than 3 blocks from his house, there was houses and businesses FedEx building was destroyed 3 blocks away from his house, so really, pretty close to home, so to speak. And he was very fortunate, and I thank God for that. Let's lift up Rita Lupinski. Unspoken request. I need to hear about her, so I asked my wife about her. Hot Wheels and his great-grandmother. An unspoken request. HW 2019. And our Mission Point Sweet Ones, as we have called them, but they're the residents of Mission Point in Rome, Wisconsin. And we need to offer condolences to the families of Black Crow's family, Gerald's family, Karma's family as well. Continue prayers for condolences, peace, and comfort, along with Josh Johnson. And I just got some blend of Gary and Carmen going to a funeral on Sunday, so keep them in your prayers as well as the family. Condolences to all, and peace and comfort for the families and relatives thereof. And also Bill Bennett's family, the loss of his grandson, my friend Mark Benton lost his son, and he's taking it very hard. Really concerned about him right now. He's not really talking a whole lot, so
Just
keep
under
him
half
in
a
our prayers.
tank
And
of
also
diesel.
Manitowoc family, Davis family,
Thanks,
and
Rusty.
anyone in the past
Quarter tank of
7
DEF,
years
which
to
we
be
got to
had.
fill that up.
have gone through lots
Driver's
of life.
doing good.
There's one
Still
reason
got
or
plenty of
another.
Pepsi and Monster.
Keep
We're
them in your
good.
prayers.
5 hours,
Also,
48 minutes before
we
we're
need
back
to
to the
remember
yard. But we got off
Caitlin's
the
father,
DOT 30-minute break
terminally ill
and
part,
put the
cancer, and terminally ill part.
5 hours, 28 minutes on our 8-hour clock.
Caitlin's father,
8 hours, 22 on our full
Turnbull,
clock.
Jack and Sally, Mary's relative in Arkansas, my Uncle Frank, and my stepniece's husband. All have something going on with cancer. So let's remember them in our prayers. And also, let's lift up anyone who's everybody is going through any kind of surgery or upcoming surgery and recovery. Harold
Once we
Bliss is
deliver in
doing
Green
quite
Bay,
well.
we'll be back in our yard.
Having had done to him what I had done to me, the same thing, despite surgery. He's come along pretty nicely. It's
And then
good
we
to hear.
won't be back until Monday
what I'm
morning, not
understanding.
Sunday.
Correct me if
We
I'm wrong.
definitely got a funeral to go to on Sunday,
more
so we
information
will
on
not
that.
be streaming on
And that
Sunday.
includes Harold. He can come on here too and tell me. I pray that he's doing much better. And also, for
And
my
Rusty,
wife
we have a
is going into PT
poll
starting
or
Monday.
more or less something in the
Wednesday.
Discord.
And of course, my son
notifications.
and my
We
daughter-in-law,
did away with the
my daughter
auto-promoted
and my son-in-law.
channel.
Keep them in your prayers,
So
as well as
that
my
is no
Uncle Frank.
longer there
In your
anymore.
prayers for his family.
And if you think it was a
they're
good
doing to
idea
care for
that
him.
we did away with it.
Been put
That's
into a
right.
nursing home, so he's getting best care he can for what he's going through. My sister Linda is going through dialysis treatments 3 days a week. In fact, tomorrow will be her hit day. And also pray for her children, and God gives them the wisdom to take care of their mom every day properly. I pray
As
for
there was a
all
lot of
on
people
social
saying
media.
that we were getting too many
Yeah,
notifications, or they were getting too many
The fact
notifications.
that I've asked for prayer,
So the
people continue
auto-promoted
to act up on social
channel
media
that
just
we
like
added
you do
for
every
everybody
day.
in the Twitch family when
So
we went live,
we need to keep it in our
we
prayers.
deleted
We
it.
love one
It
another.
is no longer
Walk
in there.
away from one another and just simply say we agree to disagree. And also for our world, nation, state, and local leaders, that they lean on the wise counsel of God, listen to the will of the people. They don't always do either one. But they also adhere to the will of God, and they don't do that one either. Good deal of the time. So let's go to Lord in prayer. Father, we thank you once again for this day. Thank you for all that you have done and what you're about to do. We thank you in advance for the prayers that have been answered and the ones that are about to be done. So we pray today, dear Lord, that you be with the following in our group that we have just lifted up to you. We ask that you continue to be with Carmen as she finds out the results of her testing. Valley View, Texas, in Pilot Point, as well as Greenfield, Iowa, and Portage, Michigan, and all who have been ravaged by tornadoes across our country. We pray, dear Lord, you be with those who have been affected by it, who's had loss of life and injury because and property damage as a result. Continue to be with them and hold them up and help them to endure to get through it all. We can always rebuild that which is broken. We can't repair lives. We can't replace them. So we pray, dear Lord, that you condolence be upon those who have passed from this life due to those unfortunate circumstances. We lift up the southern border, the people that live along the southern border, protect them from the dangers that are unseen. What is happening in our world in different conflicting areas around this world, I pray that they come to the peace table, sign an agreement, shake hands, hug, and be friends, and coexist in this world. We lift up Neil Penske with an unspoken request, Hot Wheels and his great-grandmother with an unspoken request, as well as HW 2019, our Mission Point loved ones over there in the nursing home, Rome, Wisconsin, and many others that have unspoken requests on their heart today. I pray with you, be with the families that are going through the loss of life in their families, the sudden loss of life in some cases. I pray that you be with the families of Black Crow, that's Gerald's family, the mom, and the children, as they go and endure life without him. Karma's oldest brother, who just passed away recently, continue to be with his mom and with his brothers and family as they go through the grieving process, and give them peace and comfort along with Josh Johnson's family. And with Gary Carmen, who's making a trip somewhere to be at a funeral for a family member, I pray, dear Lord, condolences to their families and peace and comfort that comes to them, that can help them to endure this sudden loss, as well as Phil Bennett's family, Marv Benton's family, Manitou's family, and Gana's family, and all who have lost loved ones over these past 7 years and beyond, due to one reason or another. I pray, dear Lord, you be with our terminally ill cancer patients and others, Caitlin's father, to start with. Be with that family, dear Lord, as he goes through treatments, as well as Turbo, who's getting better with each passing day. And Jack and Sally just went through a treatment on the 29th, with her and her husband, keep them both strong. Gary's relative in Arkansas, my Uncle Frank in Texas, and my step-niece's husband in Arkansas. Also, all upcoming surgeries and recoveries that are taking place, I pray, dear Lord, you be with each and every one. Continue to lift up Carol Plebs, my wife, Tony, and our prayers, and as well as my Uncle Frank's family. Give them strength and endurance to go through what they're going through with them, as well as my son and my daughter-in-law, my daughter and my son-in-law, with their health and well-being and the things they may be going through at this time, as well as my sister, Linda, who is going through dialysis treatment 3 times a week, and continue to be with her children as they look after her, give them the wisdom to do that just right. For those that are on social media, I pray today, dear Lord, they just agree to disagree, shake hands, and just walk away and love one another and be friends. For our world, nation, state, and local leaders, we lift them up to you today, dear Lord, and we lean on your wise counsel, that they also listen to the will of the people and adhere to the will of God in their everyday decision making. There's a lot of chaos going on in our government today, a lot of chaos in the world. I pray that our leaders remember who they're representing, and they also remember that God was the creator of the world. They would just remember that. I pray, dear Lord, today that you be with those that are working today in one job capacity or another, be it truck driver, airplane pilot, co-pilot, cargo ship captains,
No, it's
delivery
been pretty
drivers,
good, Russ.
whether trucks
Pretty
or
good.
cars or Instacart people, whatever they do, to make sure that people have what they need to
Give it
sustain
time.
life.
We got
Be with
still
the malls,
another
major
5
Lord,
hours
be
and
with our
39
health
minutes.
professionals, our retail people, and the ones who stock our shelves every day in the grocery store that we have a
We
place
haven't
to go
even gotten
at our
halfway yet in
convenience.
Minnesota
And
yet.
thank the Lord for all of them for what they do. Be with them and protect them also from the dangers that are unseen at all who are involved in the workplace today, along with the municipal and utility workers and road workers and people who do all the pipe, the water pipes, the sewer pipes, the gas pipes, electrical, whatever they do to bring energy into our lives. I pray, dear Lord, you be with them, protect them from the dangers that are unseen. Be with our farmers and our food producers for what they do to keep us sustained in our homes, in our places of business, and places of work, so that we can be strengthened by God's wonderful, bountiful blessings that He bestows upon us to the way of being able to eat and be healthy. I pray also, dear Lord, today that you be with all the prayer requests that are being lifted up to you today. Grant each and every one according to your will. Be with our missionaries, our outreach ministries like this one, our churches whenever the doors are open. Be with the pastor, the staff, the people who run the praise teams and worship teams, and all those that are singing and producing the media and cleaning the grounds and mowing the lawns and whatever they do to bring the worship experience. When we come into church, we're more rich with God's word than when we first came in. I pray that there be one soul today that comes forward to receive Christ as their personal Savior. Let that day be today. Today. Because in Jesus' name we do pray. All of God's people said, amen. The meaning of the rainbow. Despite what you may have heard in recent days and years about the rainbow, I'm talking about the biblical aspect of it, not the worldly aspect of it. Biblically speaking, the rainbow is a sign of a covenant that God made with the whole earth, that He would never destroy it again with a flood. The rainbow is literally correlated to rainfall. You ever notice when it rains and the sun shines from the west to the east? You're always going to find the rainbow on the east side of anything that shines in the west. It's always on the east side. And I've always noticed that. I always look to the east when I think there's going to be a rainbow. Very seldom do I look to the north, unless it's coming from the north to the south. I look directly to the east most of the time. God made this covenant, the rainbow, as a token after the waters of the flood receded and Noah and his family exited the ark. God said, I will establish my covenant with you. Never again will all life be destroyed by the waters of a flood. Never again will there be a flood to destroy the earth. This is a sign of the covenant I am making between you and me, and every living creature with you, a covenant for all generations to come. I have set my rainbow in the clouds, and it will be a sign of the covenant between me and the
Is
earth.
it warm there?
Whenever I bring clouds,
We were at 81, now we're at
the rainbow
78.
appears in the clouds.
English mom
I
says
remember my
Hey,
covenant
Bush.
between me
English mom,
and
how are you
you,
doing?
that all living creatures of every kind,
How are you
never
doing today?
again
Blackbirds
will the waters become a flood to destroy all life. Whenever the rainbow appears in the clouds, I will see it and remember the everlasting covenant between God and all living creatures of every kind on the earth. It is found in Genesis 9:11-15.
Consider subscribing
In
to
case you're wondering where that came
support
from.
the stream. 0-1590 says hi much.
I will say
Hi,
this.
English, how are you doing? Very nice to see
All
you
my
today,
life,
English.
I have known
English
since I
mom
was a
says
child
that
what the
today.
meaning
I
of
think
the
you're
rainbow
No,
is.
you're not broken.
What mankind has done to
Might have a
turn
headache,
away
but you're
from
not
God
broken.
is criminal and also immoral.
Is it like a migraine?
Because it's taking something that God promised to make it
Feels like a migraine. It's probably might have to look at the radar and see if there's
Everybody has a right to have an opinion about what they think is right for them. And I get that. But if I'm going to be a Christian and follow God, I got to talk about this.
But if you've got starting to get a migraine, you might want to check the barometric pressure and see if
it's not what man in the world has made it.
That's normally what happens with karma.
God created us in the likeness of His image. He became a living, breathing human being when He breathed air into our nostrils, and we became a living being. And then He took the rib out of man and created a woman. Now, after that, nothing else other than the creatures on the earth were created. Or even before that, for that matter. The thing is, God made the promise, signified by the rain, not only to mankind, but to every living creature. The birds, the livestock, all the wild animals, and all those that came out of the earth. Every living creature on earth. The covenant is perpetual, enduring to all generations. Never again will there be a world like flood. He made that promise. But what led up to that,
hopefully your day is going well,
was when Noah was making the ark, as God told him to do it, by design. To make an ark where every living creature can go into that, because he was about to flood the earth. He warned Noah, and Noah warned the people, and they laughed at him. Laugh at us Christians today because we talk about the rapture all the time. We talk about the fact that God will come down before the tribulation and take His elect to heaven. It's allegorical to some. It's really more or less a fable or a story. Really?
Yeah, I remember you saying you had the back injury, but I didn't know you had the head injury.
Used as a symbol for other things, alternative things. They're going on this earth today. I won't go into all of them, but we know what they are. And we're told when we have to accept it. We, as Christians, need to pray for our world. Pray for the people that are in the world and of the world. Because we're facing the time when God will return for His elect.
You're not broken.
Well, there are other rainbow flags and banners that have nothing to do with alternative things, alternative culture. For example, the Hawaii Aloha flag has 9 colored stripes representing the islands that were inhabited before Western civilization arrived. Another example is the International Order of the Rainbow for Girls, a Masonic organization whose banner represents 7 different virtues. Now, the rainbow is God's creation.
I get to see my wife, I get to see my kids, I get to see how
something awe-inspiring.
Everything around it is the sun in my face,
after a
even
storm.
if it's
It is
raining.
good and right,
I get to see
and
all
we can
that.
rejoice in the rainbow
Even
as
if I am
God's
getting old.
ordained symbol of God's faithfulness and mercy. The attempt of some to co-opt the colors to their own purposes does not diminish the beauty and wonder of what God has made. It's something I want to touch on at the very beginning. God's promises symbolized by the rainbow. The floodwaters receded, and Noah didn't go on to dry land until the olive branch was brought back by the dove that he'd sent out.
Who can't hear us?
And the next
Chaplain?
time
No,
he sent the
he can't
dove
hear
out,
us.
the dove did not return.
We're restreaming
So I
him.
gave him the sign to
He
be able
doesn't
to
hear
come
us.
out of the earth and get onto dry land. Now, he had his wife, he had his 3 sons, and his daughters to replenish the earth. Now, were they supposed to be some sort of prototype of the new mankind? No, because original sin has always been a part of man since the beginning of time with Adam and Eve. So it didn't stop with Noah and his sons and his wife. Instead, it lingered on. But God was so displeased with the way the earth had become that he did something to destroy it. Now, a lot of people are asking, if he's a merciful God, why would he do that? He gave them plenty of time and warned them plenty of times. Look,
That's right,
this is
boys.
going to
Run
happen.
that road good.
The day I appoint. So what is the rapture? The day he appoints Christ to come down to earth and collect us for 1,000 years. It will happen.
Every time
Now, it didn't take place. Some people talk about the creatures in the earth that built over here, which is one of the major reasons why you don't see those creatures around here called dinosaurs. There are quite a few other details that we might notice about this story. God's power and the consistency of seasons in the earth. Genesis 8:22, which says, as long as the earth is built upon it, seed time and harvest, summer and
Rusty Nail 1003 played Gary to Carmen.
Give humanity yet another chance to start again. And what has happened since that time? Mankind continues to decline.
Rusty Nail 1003 played You're the Best.
Now, and that's been prophesied by Jesus Christ himself. This is a good news to know, because despite the righteousness of Noah in a way was a new prototype for humanity, man's heart was still evil from his youth, according to Genesis 8:21. In fact, although Noah built an ark to worship God, immediately got off the boat, and not too long until his drunkenness resulted in new curses on the same descendants for the original man that he had made. So the sin didn't stop with Noah, it's continued. The rainbow reminds us of the gospel. It is a great news for all of us as well, because this story clearly and beautifully points us to a time when God sent his own son. Jesus died on the cross, and rose again to give humanity an amazing opportunity to escape judgment by being hidden with Christ in God. And because the gospel, we can respond to God's grace with faithful surrender and be saved. And as Paul laid out for us, if you confess with your mouth that Jesus is Lord and believe in your heart that God has raised him from the dead, you will. For with the heart one believes and is justified. You've got mail.
Rusty Nail 1003 played yacht.
It's Romans 9 and 10. As I've quoted many times on here. The meaning of the rainbow is not what the world says it is. It's what God promised the earth. He said, behold, I establish my covenant with you and your offspring after you, and every living creature that is with you, birds, livestock, and every beast of the earth with you, and as many as came out of the earth, for it is every beast of the earth, I will establish my covenant with you, and never again shall flesh be cut off by the waters of the flood. Never again shall there be a flood to destroy the earth. It will be destroyed by fire. The battle of the Armageddon is going to take away one-third of the armies of this world. There's not much mention at all, in fact none. I don't see no biblical reference to the United States being a major part of an army. Instead, what we're seeing right now in the world is that the covenant that was made with Israel is being violated. And we're not paying attention to them. Our country has turned its back on Israel. Anyone that turns its back on Israel will come under God's wrath. So consider this passage. God's attached a special meaning to the rainbow. So every time we see it, we may be reminded of God's covenant. He will never destroy everyone on the earth again with a flood. Instead, mankind will end up destroying itself. By its arrogance, by its greed, by its own sense. And of course, there's quite a few details that we might notice from this story, such as God's power over the elements of the seasons. Isn't it amazing that we can have 4 seasons of the year, that we can know what to expect? What if you didn't know one season from another? That's part of Bible prophecy. It's not out of the realm of possibility that weather patterns will change at the time of his coming. You realize that when the rapture occurs, chaos will really, you think you see chaos now. Wait till the rapture occurs. You're going to see chaos you've never seen before. Hopefully you'll not be here when that happens. Hopefully you'll receive Christ into your heart, mind, and soul as your personal Savior before that day takes place. So why wait until you know for sure? Why not read the Bible? Why not find out for yourself? Don't take my word for it. Just another mere man trying to explain the message of the Word of God to you. I'm no different than any of you out there. I don't think I'm better than you because I go to church, or that I read the Bible, or that I do what I do here. I don't think I'm better than anybody else. I do not. I don't think I'm even worthy of seeing Jesus Christ. I don't think I'm worthy of it. Because I have not lived a perfect life. That's why I think I'm not worthy. But I also know that because I confess my sins to the Lord, He is just able to forgive and cleanse me from all unrighteousness, according to 1 John 1:9. So if the promises of the Bible mean anything at all, John 3:16 says it best. For God so loved the world that He gave His only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in Him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. He gives us the promise of eternal life, the free gift of eternal life. We can't save ourselves. The Bible says in Ephesians 2:8 and 9, for by grace are you saved through faith, and not of yourselves. It is a gift of God, not by works, lest any man should boast. I don't see these words as empty words. They mean something. They mean something to me personally, because God saw his only begotten Son and put him on a cross to die for my sins. For me, if it was just me alone, it'd be worth him being on the cross for me. But he died for all of mankind's sins. And all we have to do is accept him into our heart, mind, and soul as our personal Savior. If you do that today, I guarantee you, your spiritual life will improve. I'm not going to say your financial life or your status in life is going to change one way or the other. Your spiritual life will be on the mend, and the rest of it will fall into place at some point. I'm not a rich man by no means. What I have in front of you, I had to really work hard to get this. And to get these things put into place and gain knowledge from it, from friends and people who taught me how to get on the internet and taught me what to do about broadcasting and live streaming on the internet. It didn't come overnight. It didn't come in an instant. Everything took its own steps. I started in 2017 on Facebook and worked from there. Went to YouTube in 2019 and then to Twitch in, I believe it was 2022. So it's been nearly 2 years I've been on Twitch, and I haven't looked back. Once I left YouTube, things began to change. And right now, I'm within 13 people. I'm reaching a goal I've been trying to reach for almost a year now. Almost a year and a half. That it took me from 2017 to 2019 to reach as much as 180. Does that tell you something about Twitch? It does to me. Let me tell you. The Bible says so very clearly that God did not come into the world to condemn the world, but through Christ he came to redeem the world and fulfill its promises in the Bible. We need to understand where the Bible comes from as far as what he has in mind for man. He wishes not one soul to perish. He wants us all to obtain that which comes from the Lord. The Bible says in 2 Corinthians 7:14, if my people, which are called by my name, shall humble themselves and pray and turn from their wicked ways, then I will heal their land. But our land is not listening to the Lord. Look at the chaos around us. If you don't see it, then you're closing yourself out to reality and not noticing the things that you're being warned in the Bible about. Because it's all there. If you look at Matthew 24, the whole chapter from verse 1 through 51 and through chapter 21 of Luke, all the way from the first verse to the last. I will tell you, it's all there. I'm not making up a thing. The things I'm saying about God's Word and what it means. The meaning of the rainbow is simply that we need to pay attention to God's covenant. He said he would not destroy the earth. He would not destroy the earth. And he meant that. The meaning of the rainbow is intriguing, and so many myths to explain the rainbow is some sort of supernatural bridge. It actually is God's promise. It's not some alternative lifestyle out there that has ownership of that beginning. It's God that had the ownership of the creation of the world and his 3 sons and their wives. The scripture indicates that Noah testified to the world about the coming flood for 120 years. So they had plenty of time. So people think right now they have plenty of time. Do they really? I don't know. Do you? I'm just telling you, that's what they thought back then. And some people were thinking that, no, oh, come on, he ain't coming. No, we got lots of time. How do you know?
We got a house, did I tell you that?
How do you know God ain't coming?
Yes, you did.
If you know something we don't, please reveal it to us and how you found it out. It would be nice so we can prepare for it, but no. He will come like a thief in the night. I clearly states that.
Okay, was it true?
He will come like a thief in the night, and he'll take the dead in Christ first in the
I
night.
missed that.
The ones which are alive in Christ shall go thereafter.
Next.
After them. Comfort one another with these words, the Bible says. Noah and his family became our ancestors. They polluted unrighteous population of the world of Noah, despaired from the earth. Mankind was salvaged.
Real time.
And the line of righteousness, Noah came.
We are in Austin.
Our Lord died for those who call
Austin,
upon
Minnesota.
his name.
We're going to get some DEF. Hopefully they got it at the
Righteous
pump.
population
Because we need it.
of Noah.
We need it bad.
Of the earth.
We're about as low as we can go.
Didn't mean sin.
Take
Stay
greater
with
than
them.
dictionary, word, and not that will do the
Sin
rest.
If we
continue.
go any lower, we're going to derate the truck, and we don't want to derate the truck.
And we are looking at the last days, folks, whether you want to believe it or not. Right there in front of us.
Ross Honeyar 1003 says yes, we need death.
Can the flood mentioned in Genesis be proven? I don't know if it can be, to be honest with you. Genesis 6 cannot be proven with absolute certainty. Some people argue that. If there's evidence to support the view that the global flood did occur. But let me remind you, these things were told to Moses on the Mount Sinai. Mount Sinai. It was explained to him what happened there. God described it.
That's right. This lot for large truck parking only.
That was what made it valid.
Big truck stop.
That's word is,
That's a
is
good
perfect.
size quick trip.
Man's world is imperfect.
That's a good size.
Once evidence of the flood gave us an abundant global flood,
I should have went in the other
stories
Somebody
found
said,
in
I'm going to
wide
Austin,
varieties of
Texas,
cultures.
in a week and a half.
Anthropologists
Well, this
have
is Austin,
categorized
Minnesota.
hundreds of ancient flood
We're not in
legends
Texas.
from all over the world.
I'd be loving Texas right now. We're probably down there.
Australian
Carmen would.
Aborigines,
She'd be saying,
Aztecs,
no,
Romans, Greeks,
you're gonna get rain
Chinese,
down there.
Mayans, Inuits.
That's what she
Story
would
many
that
other
yells A90
blood
seconds
stories
ad break is
have been told
starting.
over
Some
and over
people
again by
sticking with
different
us through
cultures
this
all over the world.
Ads help support my
The second
content.
area of evidence
Consider
of flood,
subscribing to
Genesis
new
6,
ads and
is
support
physical
the
evidence
stream.
found on the
Jimmy
Earth's
Darlene
surface.
says, I see
For
the
example,
flame.
75% of the Earth's land surface is
At least they got
comprised of
diesel exhaust.
sedimentary
Ross Honeyar
rock.
1003 says to hot and Texas.
Washed away,
No, it's just nice in Texas.
dissolved in fluid, redeposited elsewhere. Fossils were found in many of these sedimentary layers, as is common to find massive fossil graveyards
Yeah, it's nice
consisting
in Texas.
of jumbled, smashed, and contorted
makes it
fossil remains that gives the appearance of a large number of animals destroyed simultaneously by an incredible force.
Lowell. Nightbot says
The third area evidence
2,421
of Noah's day is the long-distance movement of various types of rock. For example, scientists have noticed quartzites discovered more than 300 miles from their source in Oregon. A phenomenon no longer taking place today. The displaced minerals could be a result of what was spoken about in Psalm 104, verses 6 through 8, the water standing above the mountains and violently running down into the valleys. A fourth line of evidence for the global flood is a presence of
Sorry,
abundant
Bart says
fossil
the
remains
F-Word is
of marine
finishing
life
now.
at the tops of every major mountain range in the world, including the Himalayas.
Gina
What could
Bellini
have
says my
caused
phone
this
has
phenomenon? A
cleared.
global flood in which
There you
water
go.
covered the tallest mountains could explain it. And Genesis 7, 18 and 19 notes that the waters rose and increased greatly on the earth, and the ark floated on the surface of the water. They rose greatly on the earth, and all the high mountains under the entire heavens were covered. Scientists have yet to provide an adequate alternative theory for an abundance of fossilized marine life in high elevations. I just read about this recently in International
Alright,
Creation
gonna get our
Research
mileage down.
periodical that I get every month, and I read something about that, and it's pretty interesting reading. ICR.org is where you need to go for that information.
A lot of threes.
The Bible itself serves as an additional line of support. Time and again, the history of the Bible has been validated through the variety of means. Its scripture is
Get the
accurate
windows out of the way
in
right
many
away
other
so that
areas of
we can
history.
get them done.
Why would this account of,
We've got to wait about
of a
30
global
minutes
flood
anyway, so.
be disputed?
A little bit
Taken
warmer
alongside
outside.
the evidence from various global flood narratives, abundant fossils, and high elevation marine fossils. The Bible's account offers a plausible scenario which takes place during the time of Noah. There we go. There it is. The meaning of the rainbow is God's covenant that he would not flood the earth again. And has that happened since? Yeah, we've had floods since then, but not to that degree, where the entire earth is covered in water except for the mountaintops. That stand tall today. Can you imagine if you looked at, let's take for instance the tallest mountain in the world, Mount Everest. How much of Mount Everest was covered?
Quick's official yells at Mama Smurf Toe, thank you for rating me with 1 spectators. Wise bot Mama Smurf Toe, 279, raid the channel with 1 viewers. Sound alerts yells. Raid Mama Smurf Toe raided your channel with 1. Link 15 says, hey Mama Smurf. Mama Smurfto says hellos. Botfix official yells at Mama Smurfto, thank you for rating me with 1 spectators.
I think Chaplin's done. What do you think? Hi, Mama Smurf. Thanks for the raid. Now let's go see if we can find some taters. Still got to wait about another 11 minutes yet. Might as well make it count.
Mama Smurfto says you're welcome. Yikes.
Ella, don't even think about me taking a break now. Stay in your office. Alright, we'll be back. I'm going to see what I can scrummage up for a supper, early supper.
Lund 15 says okay. As hello spirit. Nightbot, hello Spirit, how are you doing? Good to see you today. Lint15 says, so Spirit Music. Nightbot says be sure to follow or subscribe to Spirit Music at URL. Botfix Official says go follow Spirit Music's channel, greater than URL. Spirit Music says heya at Lint15, greater than less than. Botfix Official says 1, tech greater than dictionary, word, and Nightbot will do the rest. Lint15 asks how you doing? Gary's out of the truck getting some dinner. Spirit Music says at Link15 just chillin'. Nice to have a night off. We'll pop on Z's later. Lint15 says okay.
We got potatoes. They ain't got nothing on us. What's up, Spirit?
Score.
That's right. Big score.
Zeros the 1590 says what up Spirit.
Oh man, we still got a couple minutes to wait yet. We're gonna park off to the side maybe a little bit. Get our time to catch up. Oh, we've got the taters. Well, let's move off to the side for right now. Move off to the side for right now and let our clock catch up. And then we'll be on our way. What's going on, Spirit? What you up to today? We only got less than like 3 minutes to wait, so then we'll be on our way and head back from the stop. Back to the Bucky State. Right, Spirit? Copy that, Lou. Of course, Ella's not back yet, but she hasn't caught up. Ella decided to leave out of her office. Oh!
Tall G says I might even be taking a box trip to NY for some extra cash because half the fam is busy Saturday.
Oh, nice. All right, so we had the taters, and now, of course, we got to finish it off with the mud sticks. $3.39 for diesel. Dang. I paid $3.32 in Wisconsin. $3.32, plus that I paid $4.08 on DEF. $4.08 on DEF. Ludicrous.
Lib 15 asks where's the malt?
They didn't have them lit.
Tall G says man I want a good malt. I can't remember where the one I had was from. It had so much malt in it. It was almost chewy. Roll.
Really? Chewy? That ain't a malt. It ends up being chewy. Unless they put a lot of chocolate in it.
Lib 15 Tall G says it was like having 100 robbers that were naked not blended in. Lib 15 says low too. Matt God says 2,422 of low been given out.
You know, Queen Boss, that's why I didn't clean your camera for a reason, because then you're going to tell me how to drive a truck. I purposely left your lens dirty. Well, when it comes to malts, I don't know, shake, malt, it's all the same to me in a way. They taste good, they both go down good, they keep you cool during a hot summer. So for me, it really don't matter.
Tall G says I'm the company member of Freight Shaker single axle dirt pack for work. I tolerate it because it's what I have, but I am not a fan of the Gear Select stick on the steering column.
Is that the auto shift one?
Backwards official says It's a 13-speed auto. I would rather manual, but it is kind of convenient having the floorboard space.
Right. Oh, that was a good supper. Good supper. Speed automatic. And I think anybody would rather have a manual any day of the week, but no, that's the way they're going. It's automatic. It's like the new stick shift.
Yeah, I mean I am assuming there is a low direct before setting 2, low.
Right. You should be able to manually shift it with the controller.
You can, but it's even less responsive than leaving it in auto.
Right.
Which will probably make Pinsky happy because nobody ever reads manuals from that.
Yeah. I would. If I had to rent out a rental, I'd say it's got to be a manual. Take your automatic and stick it.
She would also rather an international over the freight Jacob. They owned much better quality wise, but I total got more plates than nationals.
Exactly. Seen a Freightliner that was actually on the side of the road with the hood open.
Last time 1003 says 30 minutes already.
Yeah. You gotta be quicker than that, Rusty. Like 12 minutes into the drive already.
I took a nap.
You took a nap? What?
Posted a video from some truck convention where Kim with Chris and Bravo were showing off their new future models.
Really? I'm kind of...
1003 says yes, sir.
Easy, Rusty. Daddy, soldier. Well, that's kind of surprising to all that Volvo wants to show off their new trucks, because normally they don't want to do that. They'd rather have it, you know, a regular unveil instead of showing it off, so they're not giving their competition any other
2,423 of low band demand.
any other hints of what their truck might look like to give some other company.
G says, I have one question for either of them. What do you do when you break down and have to be towed?
Right. Well, Volvo needs to get rid of that Z-spring. That's the big one, because that's what lowers the truck to the ground.
Tech greater than dictionary, and not what will do the rest. G says Volvo is new autonomous model.
Right. Oh, the new autonomous? Oh yeah, well we're not going to be buying that, so don't worry. We don't worry about that. As long as ours is diesel powered and they're parked along the side of the road, I got something to chuckle at.
joining us on Chaplain Jethro's Corner.
Alright, Spring. Instead of calling you IK, we'll call you Spring. And thanks, Chaplain, for that word for today. That was awesome. That's right. This thing better make it back to the yard. If I got a SCR system altered or default detected. Oh, I see what happened. It's with the DEF. I got a red light on that. But we just filled it up.
Sherwin Jr. says, I think you might soon get to 90 miles on the truck. Tall G says, sounds like your truck thinks your cat is messed up.
Yeah. Wouldn't surprise me. But it's in a DEF because I got a red light on that. This is the most DEF I put into this tank to date, is 12 gallons. I've never had to put 12 gallons of DEF in.
Feature for everyone on mobile devices. Click on your mobile device for something funny Gary does when you see. How awesome is that for all mobile users? Russ Heimel 1003 says on your truck condoms. Tall G says on air. Time for the most common reason you tell new trucks. Delays because it won't regen.
Yeah, well, it was down on a quarter, just a little below a quarter of a tank. It didn't hit to the point where it would have the light come on, but now all of a sudden the light is on and we got a full tank on it. So whatever was probably old in there's probably a filter that needs to be replaced in it. But that's the reason why we've always filled it up, so we never had that worry about it crusty.
Jr. says Elon said Tesla is the best.
Tesla is the best? I highly doubt it. When it runs out of electricity out on the road and somebody's stranded, I'll sit there and say, yeah, Elon was right. Tesla is the best.
He says, which reminds me, Wednesday I need to refill my truck and put DEF in it.
Yeah, you better put that DEF in there, or otherwise you're going to be on a D rate, all. Trucks are on the side of the road because they ran out of electricity. I'll sit there and say, yeah, Elon, Tesla's the best. You ran out of electricity.
I know how to make Teslas better than real trucks. Pull a stubby trailer with a diesel generator on it between the cab and the actual load. It'll be like a steam locomotive of old.
Right.
Sherwin Jr. says Tesla can't haul anything heavy.
And they are supposed to be the best? I don't think so. Good old-fashioned diesel fuel.
functional submarine.
Right. And on top of that, you wonder where the exhaust goes for something like that for a submarine, especially underwater.
Sherwin Jr. says you might need a flatbed tail to haul all those broken down Tesla.
Yeah.
Tall Cheese says run everything off the battery until it's low, then kick the diesel in to charge the battery until they are topped up, then shut the diesel off and back on the battery.
Right.
Sounder Mix says West Monroe 1003 plates which prime announcement. Blackbox official says 1. Tech greater than dictionary, word, and Nightbot will do the rest. Tall Cheese says you could run cross country on one day. Subs have to put a snorkel out of the water to bring air in for the diesel, and exhaust just below the surface either on the top or bottom of the sub, depending on the model.
Right.
Nightbot says, subscriber count, subscribers.
I might have to call the shop and find out what the heck this code is, because I have no idea what this is. They'll probably say, well, did you try alt or something? Yeah, I put DEF, 12 gallons in it. That's what I altered. Wouldn't surprise me if they tell me to shut it off and then turn it back on. Well, that went back out now. No, that's gone now. So the DEF light went out. Yep, it must have cleared itself up. Must have had some crap inside the DEF that it got into it or something. I'm like thinking, it's like, alright, am I even going to make it home tonight?
Tall Cheese says sir, drive safe.
Save yourself.
Sherwin Jr. says I don't see many people using DEF.
Well, in the trucking industry, you see a lot of people using it unless they got a lot of older trucks. Which, if we probably were in the Godfather truck right now, we wouldn't be putting no DEF in it, just diesel fuel. As long as everything went out, I think we're good. I think it's just that we ran it down that low that all of a sudden it probably crystallized in there, and that's why normally we don't run our DEF tank ever. If we ever put fuel in, if it's like at a half a tank, we just fill it up. Because if it heats in there to kind of keep it warm, then you got to have that pretty much filled up in a way, because there's like some sort of a heating element in there. You definitely don't want that stuff to overheat the inside of the box, and then everything crystallizes along the side of the DEF tank. At least that's what I'm thinking.
subscribing to remove ads and support the stream. Spring says blah. Nightbot says. Botbricks official says 1. Type greater than dictionary, word, and Nightbot will do the rest.
Miles till we get to I-94. 111. got on 90 coming through Austin, and then took 53 or 50, I think it's 53 or 52 going north, that would take you directly through Rochester, and then it'll eventually take you back up into the Twin Cities to I-94, and then you would just ran that back into Wisconsin and then to Eau Claire. Unless you took a back way after that before getting into the Twin Cities.
took the back way from Rochester through Warren to Eau Claire.
Oh, okay.
The highways.
All right.
Noah.
All right.
I don't like driving in the city.
Okay. Yeah, that's why we normally try to avoid going in through any kind of city if we don't have to. There it is. 52. 52.
Google Maps guided me thither and I was scared a few times because from Austin to Rochester area I was in the middle of nowhere that there. Noah.
Yeah, you shouldn't really be afraid of traveling. The only time you should really be afraid is if you break down. Now, like with us earlier with the truck having that code come up, it's like, great. Am I going to make it home? Is this thing going to break down on me? Is this thing going to derate? It's one of them things that I got to worry about. It has happened in the past where we were traveling and next thing you know, just out of the ordinary, truck breaks down. And when I was supposed to be home that night, I didn't get home until like maybe the next day.
I'm not real techy and have not used my clearing.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's explainable. That's very explainable. school? I think I might have to call the company. This ain't good. This would have been 4 hours. If we would have been under 4 hours, I think I'd rather have that happen than have 4.5 hours left in the trip. But it's telling me I got 4 hours before it derates. Hopefully it'll clear itself back up. Waiting to see what happens with this. Hopefully it'll kill itself out. Well, not the truck-wise, engine-wise, but the code. I really don't want this thing to break down on me on the way home. We are like trying to push to get home.
Gary, thanks for the asking questions last night.
No worries, Auntie.
How are you doing? Very nice to see you today, Gary. Interp says cool. Nightbot says cool indeed. Interp is a 97% cool. Interp says I'll take it! Exclamation mark dice 5. Nightbot says the result of the 5 dice roll is from tip dice 20. The next try can be in 35 seconds.
Trying to think where the next, we got 12 miles to a rest stop. I wonder if we shut the truck off and turn it back on. It's going to do anything.
Prime someone new OO followed your channel.
Someone new OO followed your channel.
Welcome in, someone new, double O.
Someone new OO.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. Hopefully you're having a better day than me. Gotta worry about morning and faults on the truck.
J455 says welcome at someone new. Link 15 says welcome at someone new OO. Someone new OO says O/.
drive yet to do, and it was telling me it was going to derate in 4 hours. So 30 minutes away from the yard, that doesn't give us a lot of time. If it would have been under 4 hours and it did that, then we would have worried about being able just to get back to the yard. But I'm kind of going to have to probably pretty soon make a phone call to the company and see what the heck is going on, if it's something I can fix. Well, we just filled up the DEF tank, and we've never let our DEF tank get below down to a quarter tank of fuel, or just a hair under a quarter tank of fuel. And I'm thinking whatever was in there might have dried up on the tank walls, and putting the fresh stuff in there probably did it. So I don't know. It's very hard to say. Probably going to have to sit there and definitely give them a call and find out what the heck is going on. Because I do remember them saying that some trucks, when you fill them up on DEF, might go into D-rate. So that might be the case. So I don't know. If I can find a plug, maybe all I have to do is unplug the plug and maybe make it home the rest of the way. But we will be back. I'm going to make a phone call. We'll get this up on here.
Details is that our backhoe got shut off during the rain off and it missed exit.
Right. So we'll be back, everybody. We'll be back very shortly. Hey, Phoenix. So what they think the problem is because when the tank was below half a tank, because when we fill it up, it was down at a quarter tank. And what happens, I guess, with some of these trucks with DEF, if you pump the DEF in way too quick, it creates air bubbles inside the tank. And then what usually happens after that is it kicks off the sensor into the tank, and that is our issue. To get to the nearest rest stop is we'll power the truck on, shut it off, hurry up, restart it, see if it clears the system out. We'll let it basically kind of go through a system check and then get back going, but we got to start heading back towards Green Bay ASAP, and hopefully it clears itself out. Now I kind of wish we were in Michigan, because the roads there would probably have got the air bubbles out of the system.
Livestream.
Ah, hey, Falk.
Type greater than dictionary, word, and Nightbot will do the rest.
Thank you for the follow. Spirit is a good creator. I definitely like how everything that he does over there.
15 says hey Falk Village.
Welcome in. Welcome to our stream. We are glad to have you. Spirit's probably still on the lurk yet, so at least the last I knew he was on lurk.
0/1590 says hi Falk Village. Nightbot hi Falk Village, how are you?
So right now we're having issues with the truck because the DEF that we stuck into the truck, we normally don't ever have our DEF, which is diesel exhaust fluid. It's something that's ordered by the government that we have to have in the trucks for emissions, but it's more of a pain in the butt right now. But we got an issue with the light on the DEF tank, and we're trying to get back to the yard as quick as possible before our truck derates and we can't go any faster than probably 5-10 miles an hour. And this problem just happened today shortly after we've got the tank filled back up, which, like I said, we normally don't ever.
How many years have you been driving?
I've got over 20 plus years of driving it. Thank you, Lynn.
Lid 15 says history. Nightbot says Gary has over 20 plus years driving experiences and became an owner operator in 2013. He has driven all 48 USA states. As owner he can take loads or reject loads. He also now has to pay his own repairs and other taxes toward the truck. Being owner has its ups and downs as any owner operator. He will tell you his opinion very much, and does answer questions if asked. Type.
And there's a little brief history of me. So when I started trucking, I was a company driver. For a long period of time, it's like, oh, can I just get off of this interstate? We've had quite a few instances of that. Be on the same interstate for hours. D-rate in 4 hours. You gotta remind me. Maybe I should hit the rumble strips a little bit. Maybe it'll bubble out those bubbles out of the DEF. Nope. back on a 30-minute DLT break.
Sucky says length 15.
Altered fault detected. I'm gonna photo this quick. Fault that you can't not look at. you're cooped up in a movable office, driving and dealing with traffic and shippers and receivers, but you get to learn a lot of things.
Some people don't care about scenery.
No, they don't. They do not. I mean, I usually, most times, I spot the littlest things that a lot of people will not spot. A lot of people won't be looking at the scenery when they're going down the highway. They're just more or less worried about the traffic in front of them.
What are some of your favorite routes as far as scenery?
Well, I like going down into Georgia whenever we go down there. I like to go down into Texas. I like to see all the things that are in Texas. Owensboro, they've got a lot of great scenery, especially when it comes to like the distilleries and things of that. Things were built. So a lot of the U.S.
Campus number 1 knows good afternoon everyone looking in a big very cool channel at 0s31590 Hegel cheers.
So usually a lot of the stuff that I see, I've seen all 48 states, or been in all 48 states, and I've seen a lot of unique things in my time.
Lynn 15 says, hey Chief.
Hey champ, good to see you. Welcome in.
Rockwood says, I've been to Atlanta once. So many trees.
Oh yeah, there are trees there. I've been past the Atlanta Motor Speedway down there. I've seen Talladega Motor Speedway in Alabama.
Campus number 1 yells at 115 Challenge at 455 at all cheers and thanks.
So I've seen a lot of racetracks. I've seen Dover's racetrack, Pocono. I've seen a lot of unique things in my time of being a driver. That's why we don't like DEF. So much crap on trucks.
Valcourt asks, have you planned a route just so you can go to an event?
No, I have not. It's really hard when, because I've got family in southern Georgia. There's been once out of the 20 plus years that I've been driving that I've actually stopped to like have a supper with them. So it's not very often that I get to even see family like if we're down in southern Georgia. It's always been like move, move, move and get your load there and then worry about what's next.
Brother of a friend of mine is a trucker. I know the one.
Yeah. really think about it, being a truck driver, depending upon how long.
Blackboard's official says one. Type greater than dictionary, word, and Nightbot will do the rest.
Depending
Campus
upon.
number 1 says is Lamar's Iowa by chance curious. Or maybe Indiana.
No, it's in Iowa. But if you really think about it, between trucking, those in the military, and a couple other fields, trucking might be one of the hardest, but it's not like for those that are in the military that might not get to go home on the weekends, or depending upon how long the driver stays out, if he's got a family, it can definitely be hard.
Blackboard says at Chapman January 55, I believe Indiana is it.
Yes, Indiana, yeah, is IN for abbreviation. But Lamar's is actually. Ooh, there's a nice Peterbilt cab over. Woo! Redone.
Campus number 1 asks very cool idea for a channel. It's 5 on West Coast, guessing around 9 your time?
No, we are on Central Daylight Time, so it's almost 7 o'clock our time. We're up in the Midwest. We do have a IRL map if you want to see where we're at. You just hit exclamation point GPS, and it'll bring you up a link, and you click that link, and then you'll know exactly where we are at. company and you got a really good safety CSA score and the number is low, normally at the scale, if they see your name or if you've got a pre-pass, all that information gets sent to the scale, and then it gets eventually sent back to the truck. And if it gives you a green light, which means you can bypass the scale, you meet the qualifications. But if all of a sudden they have a red light come into the truck, that means you got to stop in and they might want to do an inspection on you. So a CSA score could be good for a company or it could be bad for a company. But it also depends upon the state too, because I mean, you might have a good CSA score, but the DOT officer, he might have a bug and say, oh, well, I want to find out for sure if they're living up to their CSA score. And they can do an inspection, and then if everything passes, you're on your way. If he doesn't like something, well, then you might be sitting there longer.
Champus number 1 says understood. We have a clampdown up here on trucks with random brake checks and such. Been a lot of accidents and trucks hitting overpasses.
Oh, man.
Do you drive alone or bring your dog with you as company road? Could get lonely on the road.
Well, I normally have my dogs with me, but they like their humans at home better than me now. Once in a great while, my wife will come with me on a trip, but she hasn't been able to lately because she re-injured her back.
How many dogs do you have?
I've got 2 Yorkies.
Champus number 1 says, damn sorry to hear. I hope she is okay and healed up. I've been there with the back injuries.
Yeah, we'll know more by June 3rd of what's going on. We'll find out by June 3rd what's going to happen next.
number 1 asks, curious, I remember taking the highway to Mrs. Trump years ago through Wisconsin heading west and lots of dead deer along the way, especially in Wisconsin. Is that common?
Yeah, it's very common. A lot of people don't deer hunt like they used to, so we've been definitely getting more deer than have been definitely been hit. I don't know how many deer I've ever seen on the side of the road, but I know it's a lot. I mean, you usually see deer, you'll see raccoons, maybe an occasional possum. It just depends.
When we were counting adults, there were tons mostly in Michigan, Wisconsin, then less and less.
Yeah, Michigan and Wisconsin, you'll probably see the most.
Falco says, don't think I've seen deer on the road. Saw them on campus when I was college.
Right?
Campus number 1 says Minnesota, then I think Dakota, Idaho, then we went up towards Alberta, but we had a blast on the drive.
Well, that was good that you had a blast. There was a big bug that hit the ferry. Well, now it went to 3 hours, so we're going to still be 26 minutes shy.
Really cool channel. Have you ever encountered any tornado storms on your travels? Scary stuff.
No,
Like that says.
I never been in a tornado, but after I went through an area, I've had a tornado go by within like minutes later that I didn't know about.
Blackbook's official says 1. Type greater than dictionary, word, and Nightbot will do the rest. Fall Porch says, gotta pick up the wifey. Bill.
Copy that, Paul. Safe driving.
Zeros the 1590 says, later fall. says that was me asking the answer to I believe her. Chaplain Jethro 55 says we're okay too. Champus number 1 says was wondering if I am in Iowa Road.
Yes, IA is Iowa for the abbreviation code.
Normally I'm pretty good at this geography lore.
Well, I've been to all of them except for Alaska and Hawaii, so. But I pretty much know all of them.
I did do Alaska, but it was by boat path and very cool there.
Yeah, I bet. I bet.
2024 says, hi, how are you?
Hi, Deanna. How
Not
are
bad,
you?
hi, how are you doing? Very nice to see you today, how?
We're doing good.
Ganesha 2024 says, I'm good.
That's good, Deanna. That's good to hear.
Botbricks official says 1. Type greater than dictionary, word, and Nightbot will do the rest. number 1 asks, do you cross the border at North or South then?
No, we have not. We've had opportunities to go into Canada years ago, but by
Canada or
then,
Mexico? Nightbot says Trump is number 1. I'm so Canadian. Canada, it has been Canadian in this chat 16 times.
but we had a chance to go into Canada when we hauled expedited, but by then they were starting to implement that you had to have a passport. And we didn't have one at that time, so we did not ever go into Canada. Even been to Mexico, and the way everything's going on from what I've been hearing with Mexico, you really got to protect your load, and hopefully the driver makes it out of there.
Champus number 1 says, interesting road.
Yeah, it is.
Do rules change state to state though?
They can. Federally, no. Those will stay normally the same, but you still got to follow the rules of that state.
55 flying over the chat. Campus number 1 says, how far from Green Bay would you be? I'm attempting to read the signs that post the cities and miles, etc.
And when we're in Green Bay, we won't see Lambeau Field. It's like I-43 side is where our yard is. Right now we are on Wisconsin 21, heading east.
Official says 1. Type greater than dictionary, word, and Nightbot will do the rest.
watch any football, champ. We were probably on a buffer. We are going to be in a buffer area for a watch the Packers every so often, but
getting lots of buffering, haha, all good. I will get good at the refresh button.
Copy that.
too far from Green Bay? Ever get over that way?
Very seldomly do we ever go to Missouri. The reason why we don't go to Missouri is because there's two places that we deliver there for Oscar Mayer, and both of them are slow, so that's why we don't go to Missouri.
87 says you're well and good.
And the thing about you, I can't deny it, and I can't hide it. That's why I'm coming home. The thing about you, I was driving through the night and fighting through the miles and memories of you. I was blinded by the crazy kind of thinking I'd be fine with someone new. 'Cause I don't know where I'd go, and I don't know what I'd do if this were the end of the road. When you're
Morning Night will be rising. Mrs.
thing about
Interstate
you,
Travel Cruise says it's rising in Kentucky.
was much too soon. And the thing about you, I can't deny it, and I can't hide it. That's why I'm coming home.
115 says hello Connie. Not that hello Connie, how are you doing? Good to see you today. Mrs. Interstate Travel Cruise says I have dreams. How are you doing? Very nice to see you today, says
Chance, look at how far we've come. Don't say that we can't. And every time I
1987 says
take
hello
a
and you're
breath,
welcome home.
it's you,
Not
it's
that
you.
hello and how are you doing? Good to see you today. Mrs. Interstate Travel Cruise says hi everyone. Not that hi everyone, how are you doing? Very nice to see you today, everyone. Mrs. Interstate Travel Cruise says hi Eric. Not that hi Eric, how are you doing? Very nice to see you today,
Thing
Eric.
about you,
0 to 1590 says hi Tony. Not that hi Tony, how are you doing? Very nice to see you today, Tony. Mrs. Interstate Travel Cruise says hi Zero. Not that hi Zero, how are you doing? Very nice to see you today, Zero. 4 to 1987 says hello Zero. Not that hello Zero, how are you doing? Good to see you today. 0 to 1590 says hi there. Not that hi there, how are you
trying
doing?
to stop my
Very nice
mind.
to see you today,
Every
there.
time I'm reminded of you.
Eric Perky 1987 played Gary to Carmen.
Mrs. Interstate Travel Crew says there. 0.
On Bears was Eric's.
Eric Cookie 1987 says Carmen on Twitter was me. Mrs. Interstate Travel Crew says the hokey dokey got me. William Gitchell 2 says Mrs. Interstate Travel Crew says hi William. The 1590 says hi Will. Official says 1. Type greater than dictionary, word, and Nightbot will do the rest. William Gitchell 2 says hello zeros for 1590. Nightbot hello zeros for 1590, how are you doing? Good to see you today. Chapman Jethro 55 says hello Virgin TSY. Nightbot hello Will, how are you doing? Good to see you today. Mrs. Interstate Travel Crew says hey Chapman. Admin Jeffro55 asks, hello comment, how are you doing? Nightbot, hello comment, how are you doing? Good to see you today. Mrs. Interstate Travel Crew says shopping, I guess, okay. Cookie 1987 says Gary going home tonight.
We're hoping here.
Official says fine. Tech greater than dictionary, word, and Nightbot will do the rest.
We still got that SCR system fault on the truck yet, and roughly 2 hours before it derates. So we're trying to get it home as soon as we can. But we might, hopefully, but we might not make it home.
Mrs. Interstate Travel Crew says yes, he's supposed to, but might have to walk forward.
Wouldn't be the first time I've walked a couple miles. One time, 12 miles home at one time. Won't be my first time.
And probably not the last word. Joe's morning glory,
What's up, hero? Morning to you.
Eric Cookie 1987 says lower comment. Nightbot says 2,425 have low been given out. Laura Clubs says, how you doing, sir?
Just trying to get the truck back. It's on a code fault right now, so we're just trying to get it back before it derates. Trying to keep this truck moving as much as possible and utilize every mile we can. Let the shop worry about it once it gets back into the yard. best thing. Because it only gives you a 4-hour timer. And we were about 36 minutes shy of that. Went down to 2 hours. 2 hours and 21 minutes.
Yoga, what is up, buddy? How are you feeling today? Hero GTSY. Nightbot Hello Hero, how are you doing? Good to see you today. see you today, Spring.
I think everyone's...
Godfrey's official says 1. Tech greater than dictionary. Word. The Nightbot will do the rest.
I think everyone's wondering if I'm making it home. You got pretty quiet.
Captain Jethro 55 says hello IK Spring GTSY.
We're just trying to get home.
Hello IK Spring, how are you doing? Good to see you today.
Yeah, but we're trying to get home, champ. We're trying to get home. Let the shop fix it. We just want to get back to the yard without any other additional stops. Yeah, exactly.
Started a new hype train.
Thanks again, champ, for the 1 month subscribe.
says Champ, and I'm gonna walk our dog, but we'll work on. See you soon, safe travels, Spin Ezekiel.
Thanks, Champ. Enjoy your walk with Mrs. Champ.
Says later, Champ.
Now countdown.
A new follower.
buff and buffer yet.
Lint 15 says MBK.
Oh, good. Come on, dude. You better be moving or something, because I gotta go. Get to the side and let me go. check engine and basically the wrench light on in the truck with the power reduced due to SCR system fault. That's why we're trying to get as far as we can before it derates, because once it derates, trying to go like maybe 30 minutes will take like an hour at 5 miles an hour.
Not good at all.
No, it's not. That's why we're trying to get through here as much as possible. And granted, the traffic has been fairly great. We got to keep moving though, regardless if there's no traffic. Every mile kind of counts.
Hot Wheels 876 says, hey Butters, aka Gary Roll.
Butters? Really? Butters? For that, Hot Wheels, better use Butterly.
Haha. Mrs. Interstate Travel Crew says, hey Cold Wheel Roll.
Burned by the wife. Get away, dear. You don't want anything of this. You got enough issues.
Hot Wheels 876 says Buttertastic.
There you go. Buttertastic. That's even better. 1 hour. 1 hour. We got the 1 hour before it derates.
Roll. Nightbot says 2,426 have load been given out. Botbricks official says 1. Tech greater than dictionary. Roll. And Nightbot will do the rest. Hot Wheels 876 says hey Interstate Travel Crew.
Hopefully everyone's got their toes crossed, their fingers crossed, even their ears crossed. It's going to be a tough 1 hour.
Who says hi Hot Wheels. Nightbot hi Hot Wheels. How are you doing? Very nice to see you today Hot Wheels.
If we get on the bridge and it derates on the way down, we basically made it. And that's the bridge up by there by Green Bay. The Atkins Bridge.
Hot Wheels 876 says Gary has his stream crossed road.
That's right. The truck is trying to derate Hot Wheels, so we're just trying to keep going.
Okay, I'm being a joker.
I know, Hot Wheels. I know. Things okay? You okay? Get away from that light. I go first. I need to. We're on a mission. Get back to Green Bay and hurry up and get this truck fixed.
old man lower.
He's hiding somewhere. He's probably got Mr. Cuddles in his arm. Probably taking a snoozer.
Probably is right.
Minutes to go, and we got a 1 hour to fight D-rate.
Mrs. Interstate Travel Crew says second is fun roll. Hot Wheels 876 says Hawkma funny at Miss Interstate Travel Crew.
Oh yeah. Before he needs his nookie. Keeping the pedal down to the metal all the way up. As soon as we get around 441, back up to 41. And they probably have 41 down for construction. 45 miles an hour, which we can't afford that. We gotta try staying doing 65, 70 as much as possible. Here on out. Into the D rate, we can only go 5 miles an hour. Now trying to pull a load at 5 miles an hour is not easy. Doesn't even give you the turbo. Some of the bumps that we went over, that it would have shooken the air bubbles out of the DEF and cleared everything up, but I guess not. And all the bugs that we had, we got a camera fault, which is not a big deal.
2422 says hey again.
Hey, Cedar! Long time, long time. Because then I wouldn't worry about that last.
My stream's really laggy, but it's been good busy with work, but it's been good.
The lagging has been because we were in a lot of buffering area. But it was still kind of lagging is because we've already been like streaming for about almost 7.5 hours straight. Come on, up the hill, let's go. Come on, let's go, let's go. Don't derate on me now. It's not a good time to do it.
Lucas Anderson says Mars is just up the highway for me.
Really?
Play Cedar 2422 says it has been 7 hours 31 minutes.
Right.
Lucas Anderson says I'm in Sioux City.
Nice. We went by there last night. When we had to deliver in Yankton, we came through there on I-229. So we were in through your area last night. Now if I got that one right, either Sioux Falls or Sioux City.
Play Cedar 2422 says do you only deliver in Central USA? Lucas Anderson says sounds like you have a tire going low.
What we got going on right now with the truck is we've got a power reduced due to an SCR system fault, which is roughly the DEF. Something is going on with that. We filled it up, and we've got a red light on that, and we also got a D-ring that could happen within 1 hour, less than an hour. So we're trying to get back up to the yard as quick as possible.
I'm not heading for the stars, driving down the boulevard at night. Playing Coldplay on repeat, watching people on the
And when it
street as I
derates,
go
it'll take it
by.
Peter King Cole 22 says Allison 15. Martha Allen 15. How are you doing? Very nice to see you today. Link 15. Link 15 says the face. Benefits official says live. Took greater than dictionary. Word. And Martha will do the rest. Can believe 1950 very tax 100 days. How are you? Peter 24 22 says the agency to die.
After that face eater, thanks for stopping in and saying hello. Have a good night. I'm doing good, Tumbleweed. The truck is not doing good. I got now increased D rate in 1 hour. Seek service immediately. Thanks for letting me know, Queen Boss, and letting me know everything else going on.
Now my wheels in motion and my windows open with the wind blowing in my hair. I'm driving down the highway, gonna do this my way. I can feel it in the air. Here I go.
Can believe 1958 says Lady.
Yeah, one of those ideas. That's
Base
why
underscore
government.
eater 2422 played S. Here I go.
Markbox says hope to top
A
raters
new
continue
follower.
again soon. 184 times see raters have been typed in chat.
That's why you leave
Solvage and follow your channel.
emissions off of trucks. Government, that means you. California, stay out of our business. But yeah, we definitely got two codes that are showing up on the dash right now. The shop thinks that earlier today when I filled up on DEF, I ran it too quick into the tank and it created bubbles into the tank and probably messed something up. Well, if you make these tanks, why are you putting it so that it goes in quick instead of just slowly going along the side or filling up out of a tube going into the bottom and work its way up that way? I don't know. But we tried to stop, reset it, and that didn't do anything. Try to recycle through the whole system and maybe it would go away, but it came on once and then it went off and then it came back on. So it was like, well, I thought it was good when it cleared, but no, it came back on. So we're just fighting that to get back up to the yard as quick as possible. Once we get on 41, it'll be the bottom of the ninth. Bases are tied, or bases are loaded. The score is tied. But we got a check engine light on. And hoping it's a tater slider.
Is that your last stop-by ticket?
Yes, it is. We only did one load, well, actually two loads this week because of the holiday. So we took one out yesterday that delivered last night, and then we drove to our pickup point, which dispatch had the wrong address in there, so we had to go to a different location to go pick it up.
Nice.
And then bring this back to Green Bay. When we delivered that load in Yankton, they had a load that would have came back to Butler, Wisconsin, which I don't know why we didn't get that, but our sister company had that load going to Butler. Otherwise, I probably would have been still moving yet a little bit for maybe another hour, hour and a half. Got that load and started heading back, and then probably when circumstances probably would have been maybe a little bit different with the way this DEF stuff is going on today. To be basically to kind of derate down to half throttle, we could still make it back into the yard, but I don't know how the programming is on this truck. This is the first time ever that I've ever had an issue with this truck like this. I've heard it talked about with other trucks in the fleet, but I didn't think that we would have had one that would have dealt with it. Obviously we have. take 441, which will take us back to 41. I don't know if like they're going to have the construction out here, because I know they were working on 41 and they were shutting it down to like one lane at 45 miles an hour. So it's better off that we take this way around, still keep doing 65, and get a lot further ahead if something should happen. Yeah, I can see lights. They're doing construction tonight.
+9. Bob Hicks official says thank you for the follow at Night Lazy at Fly.
Welcome in, Nightmares. Thank you for the follow.
Sorry Bob says the ad break is finishing now.
Hope you're doing well, Nightmares.
Tumbleweed 1958 says welcome Nightmares. Botfricks official says 1. Tech greater than dictionary, word, and Nightbot will do the rest. Nightmare Lazy at Clyde says I heard trucking pays well.
Well, if you're probably a company guy, you can. Owner-operator,
Jimmy says BTW. Last night when we raided Australia's fishing he was ending because of rain. No.
Oh, yeah. He did message me and let me know that, yeah. He did let me know that because it was raining. He said he had a good gust of rain that came his way, so that's why he ended it.
Nightmare Lazy at 5 asks they don't pay you well enough as an owner/operator. Tanya Bellini says the rain is messing with his equipment.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it, JD. I wouldn't doubt it. But as an owner-operator, I pay more. I don't get, owner-operators don't get rich. You've got to be smart, and we're doing okay as an owner-operator. But if we didn't have so much involvement with like government and all that other stuff, and the taxes that we pay, and the high cost of everything else on some things like fuel, we would probably do a lot better. And also the rates. Some of these people that give out the rates for truck drivers are just ridiculous. But with the company that I'm leased onto, they find my freight, so that kind of takes a little bit off of my shoulders. I will deal with brokers, but it's not an awful lot. We've got a lot of contracted contracts that we do, so it's better than being on the spot market. It's a guaranteed locked-in rate than negotiating the rate. But there are times that
You're not going to get rich. I think Ella went on break.
No, Ella's still there yet. Ella in her office.
Sarybot yells a 90 seconds outbreak is starting. Thank you for sticking with us through this break. Ads help support my content. Consider subscribing to remove ads and support the stream.
To the yard. Increased D rate in 1 hour.
says UP Skippy.
So if that is accurate, which I don't think that timer is, hopefully we make it to the yard. I would kiss the truck, bugs and all, but I'm not going to kiss the truck with the bugs on it.
Nightmare Isiac 5 asks, do you think robots will eventually replace operators?
That's hard to say.
Sarybot says the ad break is finishing now.
It's really hard to say if a robot will ever take over. Could they? They might. They might. We don't need this. Come on. What the heck are they doing way up here? Not supposed to be up here.
Nightmare Isiac 5 asks, what's the craziest thing you've seen while driving?
Everything. Something always overtops something else. What are these guys doing anyway? Obviously it's road work, but what are you doing for road work? Just following a guy with a tower and that's about it? Oh, you're filling the cracks in the road. You mean to tell me you couldn't do that later in the evening? Sheesh. That's Calumet County. Well, wait a minute. Are we out of gaming? Yeah, that's out of gaming county for you.
Jimmy Bellini says my cousin's husband was an over-the-road trucker and a girl came running out of the restaurant and injured in the middle of the night in front of his truck. He took her to safety.
Well, there was I don't know how many years this has been, but, well, I've been with this company going on 9, this month, and there was a company that I was leased onto before I came to here that, I was working at, and a message came across about there was an accident with one of the company drivers. And this was up just over by heading out towards Shawano area. But somebody jumped off a bridge, and unfortunately our company driver that was I was an owner operator by then, but somebody jumped off the bridge and the company driver ended up killing them, and they committed suicide. So that would definitely be something that I would not be able to shake after somebody would do that. did eventually come back, but he didn't ever go out that way ever again. He didn't want to, which the company understood, so they sent them elsewhere other than going out to that area where that happened. It's not one thing that we ever want to see in our lifetime being a truck driver, is that we end up killing somebody.
Sad story.
It is.
Blackworks official says one. Tech greater than dictionary. Word. And not Black will do the rest.
The way some people drive nowadays, if they really think about what they're doing and what it could lead to them with their lives, we wouldn't have as many
Pride
accidents.
asks what if they're terrorists and you stop them from terrorizing?
Well, if they're doing a criminal act, you definitely call it in and let the police handle it. Got 21 minutes to go. 21.
Yeah.
So Nightmares, where are you from? What state? What country?
Junior Bellini says being on the road so much I'm sure there is a lot of craziness out there.
There is.
Malaysia Clyde says Canada, Ontario.
Canada, copy
Mailbox
that.
says Malaysia Clyde. I'm so Canadian. Canada, it has been Canadian in this chat 17 times.
Well, welcome in from Canada. We're glad to have you.
Not Malaysia Clyde says hard to see with rain on the winds backslash.
Right. Well, what you see on the lens is all the bugs from today. We washed the windshield when we last stopped to put fuel in, and that's how many bugs that we ran into today. The windshield looks like it just got basically bug shot.
Oh, that's huge.
Yeah. I don't know, the bugs this year seem to be a lot worse this year than what in a lot of other spring pasts. $18 minutes.
Junior Bellini says I've been to Alberta, Calgary, and Edmonton. Very pretty country for sure.
Oh, I would imagine for sure that Canada is a very beautiful area.
Not Malaysia Clyde asks you driving an international world Volvo.
Now I would love to be driving a Volvo right now, but no, we've got a Kenworth T680.
Lynn 15 says T680.
Thank you, Lynn.
Not Malaysia Clyde says nice.
And that's the whole specs of that truck.
Lynn 15 says you very welcome.
Next week, for a lot of you that don't know, we'll be starting on Monday for streaming. Won't be on Sunday, it'll be on Monday. We got a funeral to go to on Sunday, so it'll be on Monday. It could possibly be pushed to Tuesday, whether or not if they get this truck fixed. But they should have all day tomorrow to work on it, hopefully. The only thing we can do is wait and find out. We'll post something in the Discord and go from there. Hey, wait a minute. My warnings went off. Except for the check engine. Holy crap, they shut off. Except for the check engine. Shut off. The DEF light went off. The SCR light is gone. The only thing that's left on is the check engine light.
Tumbleweed 1958 says that's a lot of bugs on the windshield.
It is.
15 says nice. Junior Bellini says it's back home and it's happy.
Yeah, I guess.
Tumbleweed 1958 says, wow, that's not good.
I was, believe it or not, when this first happened, I prayed that I made it home. And now my DEF light went out. The SCR is gone. The codes on the truck are gone. The only thing that's left is the check engine light. That's the only code, or the only light that's on right now is the check engine light. The wrench light has gone off. In a way, I wish I had a camera down there so you guys could see.
What would make the warning lights go out? Nightmare Asiac 5 asks, engine needs work.
Well, yeah, the engine seems like it needs
Junior
work.
Bellini asks, that's good, isn't it?
It is good that it goes off. But the last time it went off, it came back on a short period of time later. But if it resets the clock, say I have 4 hours before it derates, that's good. But we'll definitely have them check it out anyways, just to see what the heck is going on. Those codes will be in the system when they check it. Maybe all these bounces and all that other stuff kind of maybe got the bubbles out of the DEF fluid. I don't know. But the only light that we've got on now is the check engine light. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord.
Nightmare Asiac 5 asks, staff is emissions?
Yes, DEF is part of the emissions. That's that stupid stuff California put into law. And now we got to deal with it in this state and any other state. Of course, we still got a camera fault, but we don't really care about that one because the window is probably just plastered full of bugs in front of the lens or on the windshield.
Junior Bellini says my car has to have an emissions check every other year to get registered in Colorado.
Yeah. Well, if you remember, Jeannie, that in Milwaukee, Sheboygan, those areas, they still got to do the emissions. I think the rest of the state is free and clear of that. some of the bumps that we dealt with, I'm just kind of wondering, since we've lost or used up some of the DEF, if it did kind of swish around in there because it's below the full level, and maybe it kind of worked the bubbles out or whatever else they might think it might be. But for the most part, with the check engine light, we'll have to have them check that. Maybe when we get back to the yard, maybe we'll have to see if it will degen and then go from there and see if it clears that out. Have it degenerate and see if it clears that code up while we're unpacking the truck and getting ready to go home. Truck wanted to degen before when we left from the yard, but for some odd reason I don't think it did. It's supposed to degenerate all by itself automatically, but sometimes if something might happen where it pauses it from doing it, it will stop it. The truck ain't gonna hit the degen or derate now. But definitely you gotta be praise the Lord on that one, man alive. Woo.
I'm not sure what any of that means, but I'm happy for you, haha.
It took a big relief off my shoulders, Danny. Huge relief off my shoulders. Because I had to worry about many things, like, am I actually going to make it back into the yard? Am I going to only be able to travel 5 miles an hour? What if it was like 15 miles an hour or 20 miles an hour?
Botbricks official says 1. Type greater than dictionary, word, and Nightbot will do the rest.
But since everything kind of went off except for that check engine light, man. Maybe the bumps, like I said, there's many things that could have happened. Maybe those bumps that we went over that were kind of really bumpy, moved the fluid around and worked the bubbles out. I don't know. There's so many instances that could have happened that could have cleared these out. Maybe it was the, like I said, the bumps. Maybe it was something else. Maybe it was the rocking back and forth. I mean, maybe the sensors are working the way they should now. Maybe it opened up. There's just so many instances that could have happened.
Junior Galini says maybe it was the crane.
It was. I think it was immensely. The crane we did 4 hours ago.
I do a lot of praying myself. convention in Hawaii during the United Airlines strike too. Link 15 says home sweet home.
That's right. Home sweet home. Green Bay. Home sweet home. Be something if all of a sudden later I shut this off and that engine light goes off.
Zeros for 1590 says have a good night Gary and chat. See you on Tuesday later everyone.
You bet. Definitely get a raid out. We're gonna get the raid going.
Lynn 15 says good night Zero.
We are gonna raid into who's live?
Zeros for 1590 says later Lynn.
We're gonna raid into Cowboy Mike. We haven't raided into him for a very long while. But everyone have a great weekend. We'll be back on Tuesday.
Reed 1958 says have everyone take care.
We are
Lynn
home.
15 says good night Gary and everyone. See you on next one. Chaplain Jethro 55 says hi Gary, Carmen and everyone. See you all next time. God bless. Gina Bellini says good night. It was fun.
Thanks, Jeannie.
Botrix
Thanks,
Official
everybody.
says one. Text greater than dictionary. Word. And Nightbot will do the rest.
Have a great night, everybody. We'll be raiding out here in a couple seconds.
Nightmare is the egg fried asks where's your front door?
My front door. I don't walk out of I don't have an electric truck. And we're at the yard. That's where we're at.
Lowell. Nightbot says 2,428 of Lowell been given out.
Maybe I have a front porch, which is the truck, but that's about it. And my back porch would be the back of the trailer. All right, everybody, we're winding her down with 10 seconds. Have a great one, everybody. Have a great weekend. See you all on Tuesday. We are out.